Envoy!
Snow? Why is there snow here?
That's gotta be Ringgrim's work. I heard she made it snow in Shatterscarp.
Wow. But why snow? A familiar face. We meet again, Envoy. And you, Yardsley. You're always a prodigious and welcome sight.
Oh, yes. Always a pleasure to see you, too.
Paradise burns. Thanks to Ludwine and the Steel Garrote laying siege to it. But the Dream Scourge is gone. I can't complain. Being nearly omnipotent is pleasing. Sadly, the other archmages remain tedious.
The other Archmagi? Tedious? But think of what you could learn from them.
Give it a few centuries. You'll think differently. It's strange. A part of me thought you adherents might be wise enough to leave Paradise alone. But here it stands burning, while Adir storms its gates. Still, I do think the world has been irrevocably, if minimally, changed by your actions. Perhaps. A new god being set loose on the world is certain to have consequences. Mostly, I'm curious about whether you think you've made the right choice. Wise answer, that. I am interested in seeing the outcome of your story, Envoy. With luck, it won't end with you also on fire. Mortal comforts are so very adorable. All you desire are your base needs lavishly fulfilled. Goodbye, Envoy. And Yardsley, I do look forward to when all of this is done. I am eager to work with you.
Oh, yes. We'll, discuss that later.
Giata, where have you been?
Where haven't I been? I journeyed to the heart. What a mess.
Envoy, I knew you'd show up eventually.
It's good to see a familiar face. How are you?
My revenants were just getting comfortable in Thirdborn when the Steel Garrote stepped out of line. When I heard tensions were brewing, I thought to myself, this is a job for the undead. So I gathered the flock. Likewise. I'll keep them on a tight leash, just in case the Steel Garrote breach our defenses. Better to have them and not need them. Oh, and I've been meaning to thank you. Whatever you did in the garden seems to have worked. My revenants are docile again. No more rude displays of aggression. I couldn't be more proud. Easier said than done, I suppose. Best of luck out there. And don't worry about a thing. My flock will keep us safe and secure.
Thank you, Elia. My compliments to the flock, as always.
I wasn't worried until she said that. Let's get out of here.
Enjoy the time with your flock, dearie. Try to keep them out of the other camps.
Is that you?
Soon as my gun's cleaned, I'll get out there. I risk a jam on the battlefield. The Living Lands needs me. That's what Temerti said. If this is how I repay my debt to her for killing a man in her lighthouse, so be it. I thought I'd feel different. Krakoa is still dead, and it's still just me. I've just gotta prove to Temerity that I'm more than a smuggler, more than a killer. Just as soon as I finish all this killing.
I don't want to go to Yezma. Sure will miss that oasis, though.
Envoy, how did you... I don't know.
It's great to see you again, but where the fuck did you come from?
You just appeared out of nowhere.
The fuck?
Your face. We all wondered whose godlike you were.
That's not important right now, Radut.
Right. Forgive me, Envoy. I won't keep you long. I just want to make one request while you're here. As much as you can. Be good to the living lands. Yes, but more than that,
What Radut is saying, Envoy, is that we know the adherents can put us through worse. And we don't want it to get bloody.
I'd just like for us to live lives that are free. For us. Not Adir to determine our fates. It's going to be up to you, Envoy. I know you.
Okay. It looks like it is on, but I don't know. Maybe it's just not showing up on selected slide.
Show the Steel World who built the living lands.
We'll be lucky to make it out of here alive.
Envoy, didn't think I'd be seeing you here. From one battlefield to another, eh? Dream thralls and now this. Ludwine's a loose cannon, and the Steel Garrote don't answer to anyone but her. This place won't be safe for adherents for decades, even if she wins. Gods help us all. How long's this lull going to last?
Envoy? Is it really you? Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for dead.
What did you see there? The god you felt in Makutadek?
The origin of the Dream Scourge? It was the act of a god this whole time?
Everyone, please, please. We could get to the bottom of this if you would only let them speak.
It's been weeks, Envoy. What happened?
Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
But the plague isn't over. Dream thralls still litter Shatterscarp.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight.
I suppose it stands to reason. I found that a quick fix is often anything but. What of this god, then? What does it mean that you freed them?
Wodka no doubt saw Sapadal as a threat to her authority. So, she killed the godless and imprisoned their god.
I assume it is this god we have to thank for the roots tearing apart Paradise? They erupted from the earth the moment those bastards stood up their first siege tower.
Naku Tedek was riven with those things, not to mention what they did to the land.
We saw similar destruction at Nakukubel. If these roots and the Dream Scourge are the work of a god, and the gods thought it best to imprison this god, how could you let such a creature go free?
Altruism is fertile ground for folly, I've found.
It was Adir's arrival that disturbed Sapadal. We'll have nothing to fear from this god once we expel you from our lands.
Sapadal's power ravaged my people. I don't know that I can ever trust it.
Keeping watch over Sapadal was a sacred task Nandru gave us when he left. For that reason alone, my wardens owe them their allegiance.
Well, whatever happens, I suppose we can't put the godling back in the bottle now.
But come, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Steel Garrote have attacked Paradise. Inquisitor Ludwine has already joined the battle. She must have traveled like the wind to get here so fast. Well, you might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwine who called for the attack.
I didn't hear an answer, Ambassador.
She and her Steel Garrote laid siege to the city, shortly after you beat her to the garden.
We've had no news from inside for several days. From what we can observe, southern Paradise is in pieces, and the remaining militia batters at the gates to no avail.
Is there nothing our people can do?
Given the state of our supply routes after the Dream Scourge, and the Steel Garrote's destruction, we expect the people trapped inside will run short of fresh food and clean water in a matter of days.
We brought as many Hail and Able from Thirdborn as would come. But after the Dream Scourge and our losses from Nakukubel, we could spare so few. I worry it won't be enough.
Likewise, my wardens are still reeling from effects of the eruption. The keep was saved, but there is much to repair, particularly if we are to endure a siege. Most of my men remain at the keep. I can't risk them against the Steel Garrote for the sake of Paradise, not when we are so few.
Well, that's been a point of debate. We can't agree on how to stand against the Steel Garrote, nor who should lead the effort.
Nobody wants to risk their people at the front.
So you let the Paradise militia go it alone?
Even if our meager forces should make it inside,
The siege won't end until Ludwig does. And none of you know how to kill her.
Precisely. The lawful settlement of a new Adirian colony, supposedly. Or the establishment of a Wodekan state. She could win with a godlike in her ranks. Your presence would serve as a powerful endorsement. I suspect that's rather the point. If they don't believe in the strength of her convictions, she'll show them. Remember, she has an obligation to Wodeka, a solemn oath. And neither the Steel Garrote nor the Queen that was look kindly upon oathbreakers.
Because a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better question is, why didn't you stop her?
Excuse me? She's a 7-foot-tall skeleton powered by her devotion to the goddess of retribution. This isn't my fault.
Sure. Just blame the dead woman. Very mature.
Who else should I blame exactly? Our envoy, perhaps? For not stopping Ludwig and the Tusks?
You could start with blaming your own incompetence.
Ludwig's the muscle. I'm merely the personality. What was I supposed to do? Frown her into submission?
What good are you as a diplomat if you can't even keep your own beast under control?
The Inquisitor was so convinced the Living Lands would unite against Adir that she's nearly made it true. One people, one law, one true God. That's Ludwig's vision for the Living Lands. That's what Ludwig thinks. Adir doesn't revere Wodeka as fervently as it once did. Worship of Mogrin, Berith, even Aethys has gained a foothold. Many no longer trust that the gods are listening. Some question whether they guide the wheel at all. The Empire lost its foothold in the Eastern Reach. The well-bred avoid child-rearing in pursuit of cosmopolitan pleasures. The Church is weak against them. In a world of soul against soul, Ludwig believes we have lost ours. The Empire must change, or it will die. I'm afraid you're in the minority there. You and I both know she is not the only one in the Empire who feels this way. Even the Emperor can see, in some sense, that she's right. Why else would we be here? The Inquisitor answers only to Wodeka. In attacking Paradise, she has dragged us all far beyond the bounds of the Emperor's desires.
Oh, I can't wait to see how you weasel out of this one.
I know it will. We are leading by example, returning order and dignity to Paradise in the wake of the Clavager's death. We will do the same to the frontier, given the chance.
Where was order and dignity when you burned Fior Messivernal?
My administration had nothing to do with that, as I know you know. Adirian rule and rule by the Steel Garrote would be markedly different beasts.
Spoken like a fucking diplomat. Splitting hairs when it all comes from the same head.
Order and dignity. That's what you think we're missing? Bastards! All of you!
You will take it all, whether the chance is given to you or not.
What passes between Ludwig and her men, or between Ludwig and the Emperor, for that matter, is not my affair. But if I had to guess, this was the alternative.
Your empire is doing what it does best. Stamping out dissent until surrender is the only option.
Your republics are hardly any different. Their intentions in the Deadfire were certainly not pure.
As you say, we left the republics for a reason.
Ludwig agrees. Our success would model the order and dignity of the Steel Garrote, for whatever that's worth.
You can say what you want, but you're still trying to subjugate us.
Careful, Envoy. Adir may still have a part to play, but don't let loyalty blind you.
When I think dignity, I think of the people who attacked Fior Messiverno unprovoked.
I've answered your questions. Now I would like you, all of you, to answer mine. Ludwig has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room? Before you face Ludwig, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adir will come. Indeed, we are already here. The Living Lands would retain its own laws under a grave appointed by the Emperor. The grave would be expected to promote and develop the Living Lands to our mutual benefit. They would divide the island into administrative districts and see them governed by mayors appointed from the local communities. The island would provide tribute in the form of resources and taxes, and in times of war, soldiers. The Empire, I should note, is nearly always at war. In return, the Living Lands would enter Adir's sphere of influence, and should outside nations attempt to invade, we would come to the Grave Room's aid.
Subtle, pernicious, touch the rot, yet the disease remains. Safety among spiders. A web gleaming with dew. They weave, they wait.
Tribute, he says. Taxes, soldiers. The Empire has tried it all before. Look to the Eastern Reach if you don't believe me. They want to bleed us dry, to fill their coffers and fight their wars, to break us like wild animals. But I will not bend.
It's still a gamble, but I think it's the safest bet. We get the benefits of Imperial trade and protection without losing all of what makes this place special. There's no way of knowing what it would mean in another generation or two. But right now, it gives us the security and stability to recover.
We were fine before Adir showed up, and we'll be fine when they're gone. Trust the lands and her people, Envoy.
If we give Adir power over us, we can't be surprised if they decide to flex it later.
Naturally, that would be the Emperor's decision. But I suspect he would choose you. Only the strong survive the frontier. I used to believe that was Ludwig. But you were born to rule here. Quite literally.
Well, give the matter some thought. You owe that much to yourself, at least. Of course. The Living Lands would become an extension of the Adiran Empire in leadership and law. Soldiers bearing the flag of Adir would be garrisoned in every town. They would be paid in Adiran shelling and speak only the Adiran language. Their roads would be smooth Adiran roads. Their medicine would be hygienic Adiran medicine. And their weapons would be efficient Adiran weapons. Our customs would become their customs. Our strengths would become their strengths. Our emperor would become their emperor. Turned toward a common purpose. No one, not Rawatai, not the Valian republics, not even a rogue god, would dare attack the Living Lands. This island would be safe for the first time in its history, and safe it would remain.
He would suppress our culture before it's had a chance to grow. Everything my people cultivated would be reduced to a footnote. If you have any love for this land, do not allow him to overwrite our history.
Rawatai built its empire from colonies like this. Many have become centers of culture and prosperity, backed by the protection of a strong navy. Of course, it can take decades to get there. And this road isn't an easy one. But Adir won't be the only empire eyeing this place. A formal agreement now could protect us from something worse later.
It shall be peaceful in that all dissenters will be silenced. So there's that.
The Living Lands is a lot of things, but it will never be Adir, no matter how hard Adir wants it to be. Adir should turn back now and save everyone a bunch of blessed trouble.
The Adder's promise. Clip our feathers as we find our wings. The deed binds as the wire binds. To drown us, why were we set free?
Of course. Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things perfectly fine before your kin got here.
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the seeds? Many fruits on our boughs.
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you, I like the idea of twisting beneath Adir's boot heel even less. So long as the Wardens can continue our vigil, I'm open to uniting if you are.
It's a nice idea, but consider the costs. If we walk away from a relationship with Adir, we're leaving a lot of trade on the table. But the people of Thirdborn have friends in the world. I'm sure we'd find our way through.
With the Envoy's support, we'd have a god in our pocket. What could the Empire do to stop us? Together, we could repair Fjord and create such miracles of animancy the Living Lands will become the envy of the world. It would be the honor of my life to stand with my people beside you all.
Well, let's not twiddle our thumbs while Paradise burns. Envoy, be reasonable. This is not a good idea. Give these people an ounce of agency, and there's no telling what they'll do. Well, let's not twiddle our thumbs while Paradise burns. Oh, gods have mercy.
Solus and her wardens stand vigil with the living lands.
By grit and steel, Thirdborn stands with the living lands.
Fjord and her animancers stand with the living lands.
We deserve this opportunity. Thank you for believing in us.
Fighting a battle together is easy. I just hope everyone's willing to stick it out when it comes to the politics.
God, they made the right decision for once.
Finally, some sense permeates the proceedings.
On your head be the consequences. That leaves the matter of Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradise, and eventually the island. So long as her passion for Wodica lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That will be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible.
The living lands will never be free until we break the chain around our necks. Ludwig must die her final death.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradise militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
Show them a fight, Envoy.
We will send reinforcements to help you reclaim the Eastern Gate. From there, work your way to the main plaza. May all the gods of Eora and the living lands protect you.
Let's take back the city together. Show the Steel Garrote how the Living Lands takes care of its own.
Time to stop the Steel Garrote. Lead the way, envoy.
Let's go free a city, shall we?
You should get some sleep. Big day coming up. Well, I'm just fine. More or less. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, but it's always been a fight to survive. It's just a fight. Putting my life on the line for someone else's cause. It's the opposite of survival. It's foolishness. You helped me through some rough Sokka, Envoy. Your cause became my cause at that point. We're about to go out there and risk our lives for, what? A concept of how things ought to be? We might die, all to determine who sleeps in the nicest house in Paradise until the island decides it's time for a change. It's fine. Really. But it's some blessed day Sokka when you think about it.
Did I have it on? What? I can't remember.
Right. Careful you don't get stuck in all that sap. I'll be all right, Envoy. You go get some blessed rest.
Can't sleep? Neither can I. We're going into battle for the soul of the living lands, rallying under the banners of the Paradise militia. Your Emperor will not be pleased. Political influence is dangerous. If you aren't careful, it can turn against you. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. The Adirans will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last. All we ask in return is that you do the same for us. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him. I'm glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble-rousers. Time for you to get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us. In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A Death Guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwig is held together by faith, and that may be her undoing. Precisely. Faith is the foundation of her reality. Faith in the righteousness of the gods. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? Blasphemy. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are. That's my point, exactly. I think you already have. You are the godlike of a heretical god. A contradiction to her reality. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research. When I agreed to travel with you, I didn't think I'd find myself at the center of a political upheaval. So imagine my surprise when you gave the Living Lands a chance to unite, to prove itself, and to stand tall before its enemies. Granted, it was an uphill climb. The Dream Scourge exposed our weaknesses, our vulnerabilities. But thanks to our struggle, the island finally knows itself. Now we can decide who we want to become. I can't wait to see what we do with that freedom. Agreed. We've fought hard just to defend what's ours. But to answer your question, the future looks bright for a change. Is it really that obvious? No matter who wins or loses, the Living Lands won't be the same. In my heart, I know that's a good thing. Life is impossible without change. And change can be frightening. I just want to put this behind us. I want it to be over. You want to talk? Let's talk. Neither can I. I never used to believe in destiny. Life always felt meaningless, like groping through the dark. But in a good way. All of that was before the garden. What are the odds that you and I meet? And after a series of mishaps, I learned the truth about my family's past? You're going to give yourself a headache squinting like that. I don't know if that was destiny at work, but it feels significant somehow. Whatever you choose to call it, a coincidence like this does not happen every day. Let's appreciate it for what it is. Moments like this are few and far between. Anything in particular? Not before I've done some reading. We should take a moment to acknowledge what happened back there. You liberated the god of the living lands. Now they are unchained, free to do whatever they want. That's quite a gamble you made. No doubt it would have gotten worse over time. If not for you, Sapadal would still be pacing their cage like a wild animal. Which means you have leverage over a god. How do you plan on using it? You're probably better off then. Sapadal's imprisonment shaped this island. Now that everything's changed, I'm curious what will happen. We cannot know if the living lands will normalize or destabilize as a result of our actions. Emerald Stair was bad enough. I don't want to think about how bad it can get. Maybe you'll find some comfort in prayer, now that one of the gods is listening. I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. The subject matter is a bit much for our little camp. We're not finished yet. For that, I'm grateful. I want you to know this has been an unforgettable experience. Wherever we go from here, I'm grateful to have been a part of it. Until next time. What's on your mind? Until next time.
After everything we've been through, I won't let you down.
Envoy, what do you need? Until next time.
I can't wait to give the Steel Garrote a piece of my mind. The reckoning is long overdue.
You're gonna give him a lot more than a piece of your mind.
Save some for the rest of us.
I let you have that one.
And roll!
Bravo!
Yeah. You... It's all right. You're a better soldier than I ever was.
Let the worst come. I am ready.
That was pretty cool.
Take your best shot. You're going to regret this. Let's and roll.
He's got
Worth and roll! Take Worth and roll! Worth and roll! Take Worth and roll!
Envoy, watch your head!
And roll!
Just like the good old days.
Take Worth and roll! Take Worth and roll! Take Worth and roll! Take Worth and roll! And roll!
On your left, dear!
Take Worth and roll!
That'll teach you!
At least we're taking some of the garrote with us.
You're pretty impressive, Adiran. Kato is hard to convince.
and rot! Let's play! Egworth and rot! Egworth and rot! Egworth and rot!
To your left!
Egworth and rot!
Envoy, what are you doing here? I thought you left town weeks ago. About time. You're the only one Ludwig will listen to. Of course. We came here first. I had to pull Nasha away from pouring hot oil off the roof. Listen, one of the Garot's units is scouting up ahead, maybe 5 strong. I wouldn't want to fight them if I were you. Take this key. It'll unlock the gate to the canals. You can thank the captain who forgot it. Why should I? It's always worked before. I wish someone had stood up to the Steel Garrote a long time ago. But, well, you're here now. That's what matters. Good luck.
Envoy! I doubted I'd ever see you again. I imagine I could guess what brings you back to Paradis. I must thank you once again for bringing me the Luminous Adra so long ago. Oh, it was wonderful. It was a complete failure, of course. But from that failure, I learned much. With some creative exploration, I was able to refine the Adra into a poultice that heals wounds at a fantastic rate. It seems fate was on my side, doesn't it? I know you have much to do in town, so I'll let you go. Thank you again for everything.
We should go now, while the fighting's died down.
To go against your own emperor. You've got principles. I'll give you them.
She's right. Then when? Should we wait till the Garrote set this bar alight?
They have thaumaturges out there.
I want to go home. Envoy, am I ever glad to see you?
outnumbered.
Eckworth and Roth! And Roth!
Work up, Envoy.
Eckworth and Roth! And Roth!
Not bad for a scholar.
Let's schedule. Just keep saying I need more Viagra.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Liviana, don't you ever take a break?
You nearly died in my clinic. Correction, you did die. And now look at you, fighting the Steel Garrote. What have you got to say for yourself? I bet you're sorry. Kai, is this your doing?
Come on. I couldn't have kept him out of the action if I wanted to.
I knew you were a bad influence. We're patching up folks as best we can, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. War is a damn bloody mess.
Man, I wish my constitution was higher.
Yeah, stop the fighting. I can't say I approve of you leaping into the fray, but it's always nice catching up with a former patient. Gods be with you, Envoy. For my sake, try not to die a second time.
Wonderful advice. Let's try to...
Be seeing you, Envoy. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Envoy, it's good to see you fighting on the right side of history. Out of curiosity, what turned you against the Steel Garrote? It takes courage to stand against those fanatics. You know the Steel Garrote a lot better than we do. Their coordination is damn impressive. Any advice? Not a bad idea. When the fighting starts, some soldiers forget how to think on their feet. Ready to make history whenever you are.
Good. Now, let's kick...
Steel Garrote won't know what hit him.
Worth and Roth!
Let me out! On the left!
Next one's mine.
Nothing like a win with a good team.
Wow. Feels like everyone's here now.
Envoy! Right side of it.
Right flank! Your arm was too weak here.
And Roth! And Roth! And Roth! Eckworth and Roth!
We've taken the main plaza. I'll stay behind. Just don't do anything foolish.
And Roth! For our freedom!
Wodeca demands your submission. Stand against her and fall.
That's Ludwig ahead. Lead on. I'm with you to the end.
Let's make sure she stays dead this time, all right, dearie?
There you are.
She's not lost yet. We would still welcome her graft onto our tree.
Speak to me! So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time? Our conflict was foretold the moment you were born. You can no more avoid it than I can die. Look around, Envoy. Heelguard should have listened. He tried to bring order through compromise. He failed. Order is meant to be imposed by a stern, guiding hand.
Her order wields sharp steel. She must set down her blade.
Oh, but it is. Some wounds must be cauterized in order to heal.
Cauterized? Your troops have nearly burned Paradis to the ground.
The only question is, what's to be done with you? You, who were once so bright and promising. Sapadal's chains are broken, which means your soul is in their grasp. I don't know how deeply you've been compromised, Envoy. And if I don't know, then I cannot suffer you to live. That's what they want you to think. Steel yourself, Envoy. Make this a fight to remember, even in death.
We would not welcome her death. There is still ample shade for her beneath our tree.
You will. You must. You have no choice. Face me and die with honor, or fall to your knees and die as a coward. How you die doesn't matter. But you will die. Every vestige of Sapadal must be wiped from this earth. The Burned Queen demands it.
We are a challenge to her authority. She is afraid of what we mean.
Blasphemy. Sapadal is a clot in the heart of the world. What should they matter to the true gods of Aeora? Your god will meet their end just as soon as I'm through with you. Hear me, Envoy. I am the avatar of the Burned Queen, the goddess of retribution. I am her sword arm, her will in the world. And so long as I can fight, I will be her champion.
But she failed to ensnare the living lands, and we are free. How long until Rhoritha finds a new avatar?
Oh no, I don't have a high enough intellect.
You could never understand what it means to forge a life for yourself. From nothing. You, who have always been God-touched. You have never truly been alone. Even now, you rely on others to support you, to buttress your countless weaknesses. From death, I made myself into a vessel so powerful, the Burned Queen could not refuse me. And I did it on my own.
I need one more intellect. See if I can put something on.
So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time? Our conflict was... Look,
You can tell Wodaka yourself.
Don't insult my intelligence. Treaties can be burned. As for Sapadal's chains are broken. I don't know how deeply... That's...
We would not welcome her death.
You will. Face out the...
We are a challenge to her authority. She is a threat.
Blasphemy.
But she failed to ensnare the living lands, and we...
I've done all that I could. She sees that. She must. It isn't my fault. Whenever you could, you stood in my way. I believed we were alike, Envoy. That when the time came for you to prove your loyalty, you would choose Adir. I believed the dream of our future, of our resurgent empire, would move you as it does me. And if that failed, I believed the Burn Queen would stop you. Yet here you stand before me, my enemy, unopposed by the gods. Why?
The worm of doubt gnaws at her soul. Where was Wodaka when she needed her most? Where is she now?
No! The Burned Queen witnessed my devotion and accepted me as her champion. I don't need anything else. I can still prevail. I must! I feel her fire in me. I know I do.
Do you?
Wodaka, my lady! Where are you?
No answer.
No! It's not true!
Shame. Suffocating shame.
Stop! I can't! No! 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 Forgive me! Wodaka!
You can straight up skip the boss fight. That's pretty nuts.
Wherever Ludwine is now, she must be seething.
Of course, we'd be happy to kill her again, if needed.
She's done for, but we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together.
Gods, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on.
Unraveled at last. We no longer feel her wire against our flesh. We are free always. We are free forever.
Silence falls over Paradis, as though the city is holding its breath. Then you hear it, the ringing of a distant bell, the waving of banners, and cheers of victory. After a short and bloody conflict, the dust has finally begun to settle. You feel Sapadal close to your thoughts, stirring with interest. The god of the living lands is observing this moment, unfettered by confusion or fear. For the first time in centuries, they understand. The Paradis militia rallies to you, the outsider who defended them in their hour of need. Whatever happens next, you have won their confidence. You take a moment to reflect on the calm. Not so long ago, you arrived at these shores on a simple errand, which turned out to be anything but simple. The Dream Scourge is over, and the island has been cleansed of plague. A time of healing and mourning follows. People look to you for answers about the source of the affliction. You tell them the truth, how the plague came from a power beyond mortal understanding, and how it is finally at peace. Thanks to you, the Living Lands has escaped Adiran oppression. The free settlements unite under a common banner and begin the fraught process of negotiating new traditions and values. The Empire withdraws. The frontier remains wild, but not for long. Fugitives no more. The rebels of Paradis return to their home and to other free settlements, bringing their skills and secrets wherever needed. For once, they have a future. The refugees of Emerald Stair resettle in Thirdborn, bringing their skills and research to aid the local community. What starts as an uneasy partnership blossoms into a bond of trust. Through shared adversity, they find common ground. The ashes of Fior Messiverno continue to smolder. Scavengers avoid the ruins, fearful of spirits unleashed by animancy gone awry. The once promising city is nothing but a cautionary tale. For the people of Shatterscarp, independence is bittersweet. Those who cannot withstand the grief inflicted by Ringgrim's spell leave the settlements, vanishing into the wilderness. Those who remain find themselves forced to cooperate with others, often begrudgingly. With so many dead, the need to stave off hunger outweighs any distaste for certain trading partners. Solace Keep clings to its long-held isolation at first. But after mourning her friend Kostya, Mihala reluctantly deigns to open the doors of the fortress. Some dwarves greet newcomers with glee. Others still mutter darkly about outsiders. Mihala flounders in her earliest negotiations with the rest of the Living Lands, but slowly learns compromise. She develops a taste for Valian sweets. For the first time in many years, Kai feels an agreeable restlessness. Not to flee, not to drift, but to venture. He visits the distant shores Tama told him about, and savors the modern marvels, ancient wonders, and breathtaking expanses he beholds. His heart swells, not with grief, but with awe. There is so much to discover, and he will spend his years chasing all of the joy and beauty the world has to offer him. With many of his anxieties and lifelong fears addressed, Marius now feels very differently than he did when he first met the envoy. Still far more comfortable in the wilds than among people, he nonetheless finds that his worries about the unknown were merely self-protection against the traumas of his childhood. Armed with this knowledge, he finds himself more capable of living in civilization, and far less fearful of his home in Galawain's tusks. While he never regains his former place as a Warden of Solace, he spends his time traveling between Solace and Thirdborn, acting as a stubborn ambassador between the two. Giada is an effective, if chaotic, healer. She has some disturbing ideas about how to knit flesh together and retrieve her patients from the brink of death, but the results are promising. Giada's old life is behind her. It is a time of new beginnings. Liviana's clinic transforms into the center of healing in the Living Lands, for both the body and the soul. In a past life, Yatsley was given a task: protect the history and knowledge of the Godless. Now, many lifetimes later, she continues upholding that oath. She moves into the library in the garden, spending her days poring over the clay tablets there. But not even the letters from, and rare visit to, her lover help ease the loneliness that fills her days. Freed from torment for the first time in centuries, Sopadal turns their prodigious curiosity to the people that shaped them. They observe the ways their people live, and they think deeply about what they see. Though they flinch away from moments of violence, and they grieve souls returned to them too soon, the rage that once shook cities to rubble no longer rules them. Instead, they come to you with questions. They want to understand. After a time, they begin tentatively to garden. Where they can, they improve the lives of Kith, and the suffering that troubled them is reduced, if never fully eradicated. Their grief compels them to love, and they love unreservedly, with the power of a god. Sopadal pours a fragment of their power into the statue they claimed from the temple of Aethys. Newly embodied, they roam the living lands and learn to experience the world as Kith do. Their first attempts at locomotion are clumsy, and a stand of innocent trees is violently returned to the wheel. But as their confidence grows, so does their grace. Soon, they are bounding across the plains of eastern Dawnshore, leaping the river gorge in Emerald Stair, scaling the shark's teeth of Shatterscarp, and fearlessly wading into the Tusk's acid sea. When they break, they come to you to put them back together. And in time, they learn to fix themselves. They wander far afield. You see less of them, but they are never far from your thoughts. And on the rare occasion they return, they always bring you something beautiful and strange. The sounds of celebration pull you out of reverie. Many are waiting to greet you with open arms. You take a moment to catch your breath and savor it, because everything is about to change.
Yep, that was pretty good.
humankind basically acknowledging and defeating God. But then, like, what is humankind's existence from there? Or do we become our own gods? Do we need to create life on ourselves then? Or is that incidental? Is it just bound to happen? All these things are, like, relevant to Tron. And are kind of in Tron Legacy if you're extremely, generous to that movie. Yeah, IMAX Tron. When I heard the trailer, I was like, okay, I have to see that in theaters. I have to hear that in a proper movie set. And it's so rare, I feel like these days, for me to give a shit about that. Most movies I'm like, oh, wait for streaming, I don't care. Go outside? Why? But yeah, I can watch Tron Kaijus smashing a city, Jared Leto wearing a neon leather robe, gasping in awe at his own conquest. I can watch an hour and a half plus of that. Yeah, Nine Inch Nails is doing the score, and it's very apparent in the trailer. Speaking of awesome, hard-hitting music, Andrew Hushel re-orchestrated the Doom 1 and 2 soundtrack, and I think we're going to hear a lot of that in the Plutonian Experiment. Case in point. I'm going to go get my phone so I can turn on some Doom later. Be right back.
So yeah, this is that Schedule 1 game.
Apparently candles aren't really good. Oh
No, Zelda.
Oh, heck yeah. I'm playing Death Stranding Director's Cut. Let's see here, they added the racing. What else did they add? Like more gore? I haven't really gone deep into Director's Cut, but I will. Once I finish all the other Metal Gear. Alright, I was advised to play this in Ultra Violence, because this is like supposed to be a technical, intricate, challenging, difficult map pack from some wizards that went on to work on popular shooters in the 90s. Somebody in chat said that it's like from two brothers, I think. And one of them went on to work on Half-Life, so that's pretty slick. New roads? Got a whole new mission thread that gives more Fragile story. Good. I did not care for Fragile. I didn't care for most of the characters in Death Stranding because you really don't get to know much about them. I guess they give you the whole like backstory of Mamba and Heartland. Yeah, Fragile seems like even more of a character in 2. I wasn't really expecting, but I guess I need to know more about it. Dario Caselli from Plutonian, where I work in that one. Hardman has a cool name. He does have a cool name. He's also kind of a cool character. I kind of like that in Death Stranding.
Free sample in Schedule 1, huh?
There aren't too many characters that are like either not real at all. Like nobody's a VR simulation or a traitor or just to actually is your dad that you forgot.
Okay, let's see if that works at all. Make him old man. Yeah, you make him look all stoner-eyed. Whoa, unibrow.
That was pretty good.
Or you can just give him none.
Oh my god. I think I like the unibrow better.
Oh man.
The unibrow gives him character. No eyebrows, he just looks like a Mr. Somebody from fucking Rick and Morty. Tell me why the characters look like Rick and Morty characters.
Maybe like under his eyes.
Halfway through his eye hole. God, who's he looking like?
Piss yellow shirt.
Is that what the color is called, or you just said that?
Oh no, that's just it's just yellow.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't say what the color name is. Cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat looks so good.
Alright. Open your phone. There it is. I'll find a payphone. Your favorite incarcerated uncle. to the manager in the motel office. Okay. Oh, here's the office. What up, Donna? Damn, 75 bucks a week? That's not too bad.
No shit. How the fuck am I
So you actually can't do that part. You have to. Albert Hoover. Hmm. He has asked me to help you acquire some marijuana seeds. One weed seed, please. Where do I get water? The sink?
Did you pee on the floor? Why is it wet
Because I had to water the plant.
there?
Buy a trash bag.
Okay, so over there. not the real one. It's a fake.
Where's Blaze Animals at? Wanted to see some Pong. Here we are. Oh man.
You're playing Pong.
It's in the Schedule 1 game on the TV.
Oh. Who called me? Mom. My mom called me. Oh. Probably. There would be an extra charge to add an additional line, but he's going to check into it and let us know. You hear that?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, technically you have a phone, though, that you can use once you give back the work phone?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to mess you up. Say that again? Yeah, so the phone that he has right now that he's been using is the work phone, but he's got other phones that he would be able to use if he got service.
Summer tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Are those better than other time of the year tomatoes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tomatoes, summertime.
Tomato, tomato.
Caselli's like the teleporting monster nonsense.
I wonder what the tomatoes in Avowed would look like.
Some weird, creepy crab stuff, maybe. Mm-hmm.
Just a regular tomato with like a mushroom on it.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know if the stuff on that guy's face would look like something that you would want to eat. There was a lot of cool looking food in Avowed too.
I thought so. No. I can't do it right now. Can you do it? Thank you.
To experience the further adventures of Madame Kaido.
I think I did. I messed it up.
Next.
Thank you.
There's also a mode where, oh, you mean if you're not playing in that mode, what is there instead?
Hi, it's Coda. How you doing? Yeah, doing alright. Was just having a little bit of dinner and was just gonna um well, we were playing Avowed earlier and I tried out Schedule 1 a little bit. How are you doing? How's your day going?
Popping up in a med kit, grabbing a bunch of gauze and just wiping all the blood off his face, blowing his nose, and bam. I'm a little more presentable.
Wait, am I? Oh yeah, cool. Just want to make sure I actually had my mic on. Yeah, Schedule 1 was cool. I was playing the demo a little bit. So I don't have the full version yet. But yeah, that that definitely looks like a fun time. Yeah, I can see why it's so popular. Did you play Avowed at all? Or were you see any gameplay or anything about that game? Oh, cool. Yeah, the if you played yeah, I kind of enjoyed it. I actually really liked the story in that game, even though I feel like it's very similar to Baldur's Gate 3. Like in a lot of ways, like there's a lot of. I feel like somebody in the writing room from Avowed was like, they played Baldur's Gate 3 and was like, hey, let's do some of that. So it's very like it's seems like it's very influenced from that game. But yeah, I basically played like a wizard the whole time, like a wizard build. So I had they call it a grimoire in that game. So you have a little book in your one hand, and then you have a wand in the other hand. So it does a really good job of making you feel like you're a wizard. So really similar to that. Yeah, if you have seen that Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Legacy game, it's I felt like it played like very similar to that, or like it in yeah, in that Hogwarts game, it really makes you feel like you're like an actual wizard or a witch or whatever, a spellcaster. This game Avowed had a very similar feel to that. Like it actually, all of the different spells were pretty varied from each other, so it didn't feel like anything. And they had a pretty wide variety of different spells that you could use too. So, um, yeah, it definitely makes you feel powerful in that way. How's your Sunday going? Yeah, we've been getting a lot of rain lately, so it's been kind of rainy days recently. Hey, no problem. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by, and hey, every little bit counts, so I appreciate it. Seems like, yeah, a lot of people have been doing Minecraft stuff. I've been seeing. Is there like is that because of the Minecraft movie? I'm assuming there's a bunch of people hopping back on because of Jack Black, which I read that actually did pretty well in the box office. Yeah, probably right. Yeah, it actually did. I think it had the best opening. So I don't know, man. That it just I like I actually I really like Jack Black, and I like Jason Momoa too. But I don't know. So it's definitely I'm in my 30s. I don't know if that movie is aimed for me. So I'm sure there's probably some nods to people who have been, gaming for a long time, but yeah, Jack Black overall is pretty cool. I think he's a cool guy. Yeah, I'll still end up checking it out. Excuse me. I just don't know if like all of the I don't know if it's quite aimed at like the kind of I think the aim at my age group is putting in Jack Black and Jason Momoa. That's like, and then you like sort of just knowing about all of the beats. You just knowing like, okay, it's a Minecraft thing, so they're gonna be building stuff and they're gonna be breaking stuff down, and there might be a punching a tree emo. I actually saw there was a lot of like meme stuff in the movie, so people had sort of mixed opinions about that, whether because it's definitely gonna get a sequel. So I mean, stuff like that. It's like I don't. To be honest, I really don't care one way or the other if it's good or if it's bad. I'll probably end up watching it. I'm not a super like huge critic whenever it comes to movies. I give stuff a little bit more leeway than like most critics would. I mean, I'm uh like watching movies and stuff is just usually just trying to have a good time. So, if you get a few laughs out of me, if I can kind of understand the point of the movie, and you can take me along for the ride, that's usually good enough for me. I don't, unless your whole goal, like from the very beginning, is like, okay, we're trying to be 100% historically accurate, and it has to be. We did all of this research and made sure meticulous that all of these things are like supposed to be this way, and then like you watch the movie and it's clearly not. Then that's a little bit different, but most movies aren't really like that now. They kind of they basically hit you over the head with the theme pretty early on, and as long as you're along, you can just jump in and kind of suspend your disbelief. Usually, I generally don't watch a lot of heavy movies either, so it's pretty easy to say stuff about like that whenever you're watching superhero movies and like stuff like Friday the 13th and RoboCop and the classic stuff. Yeah, I couldn't believe it took them as long as it did to make that Minecraft movie. I felt like they kind of waited a little bit, but I don't know, that Super Mario movie, I think really is going to give video game movies a big push going forward. So yeah, with Minecraft kind of being like the next one after that Mario movie, I feel like, I don't know what's next. Probably a Borderlands actual. Actually, no, they did do Borderlands.
They did.
Well, I remember we watched that one.
They did a Borderlands one.
So yeah, they did That actually, that's where I would say most critics hated that movie. I didn't think that one was that bad. I actually thought Borderlands was decent. It wasn't. It wasn't like what they kind of skimmed over like what each character was, but I thought it was fun. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was good for just being like just an action movie. Like it had a lot of cool visual effects. There was some weird like dumb dialogue in it. I didn't like the God, I'm blanking on the main girl's name. No, not Tina. They wanted to make Tina seem like she. I mean, it was pretty obvious from the beginning she wasn't like the chosen one or whatever they were calling the other girl. Like I can't remember her name.
I don't remember.
I felt like she was a little too muted as a character. They should have given her a little bit more space to work, or like made her a little more emotive. But I mean, besides that, I think Lilith. I think if they really should have put more of the story beats into that movie. Like I feel like they didn't pull enough from the source material, and sort of like, yeah, the characters are there, but you don't have their full background. You don't really have their full story. So I feel like going into that movie, they're expecting fans to have already played the games for you to understand and like that Borderlands movie. I think that's why I enjoyed it. It's because I've played the games a little bit. I know, we played that Tiny Tina's Adventure game. So it's, you get a little bit more out of the movie if you've seen the other material. So yeah, Borderlands 2 would probably be my favorite out of the series as well. Like there's that pre-sequel one. I think you get to play as Claptrap in that one, which is kind of cool, but I don't know if it's cool for like a full game to do. But yeah, I mean, yeah. What other like cool video game movies are up next? I mean, I know they did Assassin's Creed with Michael Fassbender. They did Hitman. Hey, no problem. Again, I appreciate you stopping by, and thanks for the follow. Good luck on the stream, and yeah, hope good luck on everything going on. Hope you have a good rest of the night. I'll give you a follow as well, and maybe once we wrap up here, I might head over and see what's going on. But yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so there's what, Hitman? I guess RoboCop technically now, but I don't think that really counts though, because that's not like they made the video game after the movie. Probably should have raided somebody with him.
Yeah, I think there was somebody else who popped on while he was on too.
Yeah.
He seems cool. That's his name.
Yeah, I followed him.
Cool.
Yeah, it started 3 days ago as well.
All those vials were where you couldn't see them rising chain gunners. Ah. Crafty. Can you get it? Oh no, I didn't. Shit, man.
There you go. I went ahead and followed him on my other account too. Because that's what we do. Helping people out.
So bad.
Doing what? Call gamer advice call-ins. this thing. I don't even know why they're trying to do this on here. That's what I want.
Holes in my body. Plug all bullet holes with more bullets.
Look how much faster it is.
Bro, I know. But at least that laptop's like 10 times more fast, 20 times more faster than the laptop I have out on the porch. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that's probably what, like 7 years old? The one on the porch is like 15 years old, man.
Ah, cute. Fun. Leading to the exit. Like the cheekiness of design of this one little guy.
Small wings, big fire.
Few
Track
points.
him, and you can see the trajectory of I'm getting better, I'm getting better, I'm getting better. I don't want to DoorDash pizza. I don't want to DoorDash Chipotle. I don't want to Uber Eats Whataburger or whatever. Right? Like like, and by the way, you can do that and still lose weight, for the record. Right? That is a possibility. But you have to do things the
He's
right way.
giving out advice.
Who's this guy?
S-Fan TV.
Onslaught. Pretty good name. Walked out of there with a PS5 Pro and just... Yeah, my plate says I was at Best Buy the other day for you to switch to. Instead of telling me that they couldn't do it, the rep insisted that only true gamers would only buy the PS5 Pro with their warranty. He did it right. Oh no. Well, that's right. It goes like hardcore. He walked out of there with a PS5 Pro and an extended warranty.
I don't know. Who should I go to?
I guess there's nothing to revile when they can't cast fire through this thing. Well, there they go. Now they can.
Maybe Lawrence again.
Uh-oh. Oh.
She has 23,000 people watching her.
Yeah, no. Fuck that.
What do you think the odds are people would actually follow me? 0. Do you really think that?
I don't know.
Well, I don't think I've had anybody follow me from anybody else that I've rated.
Do it.
The chat's broken because there's so many people chatting. You can't even see it. Unless she has like something pop up, people probably wouldn't even know. She probably does, but
That's fun. Clever.
moist critical.
Do it.
He's playing Schedule 1. He also has a chat that is like probably just flies by. I really don't care right now.
I mean, they just fly around the corner like that. There's nothing I can do.
Oh, so you can cancel it too?
Backwards talking.
Did you click leave?
No.
Is it showing up on there?
Yeah.
Okay. It says with one viewer. There's 4 of us. There's 4. I don't get why it says 1. Damn, how far is the TV behind?
Hey, Buffalo, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Like a trigger happy? It's over there for some reason? What? No? Not that one? Different door. Seems like it.
So maybe it is because we're on the same Wi-Fi.
Yes, I think that's what it is.
It's gotta be.
What was this other guy? Where are you? Where's Ronald Reagan? Oh, shit! Okay. Yes. I guess the triggers are kind of marked. They're these like kind of like bars in the hallways. Those.
Well, and the thing is with yours, your phone isn't on the Wi-Fi though. It turns your phone off of the Wi-Fi.
I guess I kind of understand most of the song. God damn it, they got me. There we go. Okay. I'm right here. Alright. Oh. Found a secret area. Cool.
It's not awful. Damn, that TV's like 25 seconds behind, I think.
God damn, fucking music. Oh. You know what you're talking about, so we'll go left. Speed. It's like actual branching paths there. You go right, it's a death exit in like 8 vials. Oh. Okay. Left is detected.